Hello, and welcome back to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad, and we're all a little contaminated. Apologies for the very delayed stream. During my latest scavenging hunt, in order to get us some supplies, I had to make a rather exhausting trip through a highly radioactive zone. I did heal from it, no worries. But it did mean that I had to go into a extended decontamination procedure, which is why I had to skip one of my streaming sessions. But we're back, and we're immediately going to jump into the adventure and push forward in Dragon Age 2, where I took some liberties to equip myself and my friends with a lot better gear. And I gotta say, I fucking love this outfit. Anyway, as it stands, I do have a couple of missions I need to start. So now I first gotta talk to Varric, who's technically in my party, but he's not gonna talk to me here. So let's go to the Hangman's pub, see what he has to say. Rogues are adept at tearing down individual opponents.
Maybe I should put you to use, Varric. Have you penned some warnings for the lawless?
Who's that for? Are most criminals big readers? Seems like pacifying the nobles.
Pictures, then. It was just a suggestion.
Well, how about a giant sign that just says don't? You could hit people with it.
Thank you. I get the point.
To be fair, that wouldn't really be the point. That would be more like blunt force trauma. Yeah, there's been some fighting here.
My mother used to say that there are a lot more pages now than shoes.
Anyway, you had a business offer.
Here's the thing. We need to find a way into the deep roads. Bartrand can lead us to the right place once we're down there, but we need a good entrance.
Oh, do we have a bad entrance?
Any entrance would do, wouldn't it? Well, unless a dragon's sitting in it, I suppose.
We need an entrance that's close to our destination, but isn't already plundered or filled with darkspawn. Fortunately, I've received some new information. There's a Grey Warden in the city. If anyone knows how to get down there, it'll be him.
There's a Grey Warden here? How can you be so sure?
Why would a Grey Warden know that?
The Wardens don't just fight darkspawn. They forge into the deep roads all the time. And if he doesn't know, he might be able to point us to those who do.
Okay. And if he knows nothing?
Are there any other options?
None at the moment. Bartrand had an entrance lined up, but it was a bust. I'll keep looking, but if we don't find something, we'll have a fancy expedition with nowhere to go.
Oh, fine. Let's do it your way.
Sounds like you have it all planned out, Varric.
And that, Messer, is why I'm here. Supposedly, this Grey Warden came in with some other Ferelden refugees not long ago. A Lowtown woman named Lorene has been helping the Fereldans. We talked to her. Maybe we learn where he is. I'll keep after my contacts, see if I can drum up any other work.
The The Grey Wardens. The first blight had already raged for 90 years. The world was in chaos. A god had risen, twisted and corrupted. The remaining gods of the winter were silent, withdrawn. What writing we have recovered from those times is filled with despair, for everyone believed, from the greatest archons to the lowliest slaves, that the world was coming to an end. At Weishaupt Fortress, in the desolate Enderfels, a meeting transpired. Soldiers of the Imperium, seasoned veterans who had known nothing their entire lifetimes except hopeless war, came together. When they left Weishaupt, they had renounced their oaths to the Imperium. They were soldiers, no longer. They were the Grey Wardens. The Wardens began an aggressive campaign against the Blight, striking back against the Darkspawn, reclaiming lands given up for lost. The Blight was far from over, but their victories brought notice, and soon they received aid from nations in Tellus. They grew in number as well as reputation. Finally, in the year 992 of the Tevinter Imperium, upon the Silent Plains, they met the archdemon Dumat in battle. A third of all the armies of the northern Tellus were lost to the fighting, but Dumat fell, and the Darkspawn fled back underground. Even that was not the end. The Imperium once revered 7 gods: Dumat, Zazikel, Thoth, Andorhal, Razikal, Lusakan, and Urtemiel. 4 have risen as archdemons. The Grey Wardens have kept watch throughout the ages, well aware that peace is fleeting, and that their war continues until the last of the Dragon God is gone. Okay. I think I read everything, but I'm just double checking. Want to make sure I haven't missed any entries. Nope. Okay. History of Kirkwall, Chapter 1. It's difficult for many to comprehend today, but there was a time when Kirkwall was believed to be the very edge of the world. It was Emirius, then, named after its founder, Magister Emirius Craven, and it was but one outpost on the very fringe of the Tevinter Imperium. There, the Magister serfs worked in the quarries for the jetstone needed for the mighty temples of Minrathaus. After a slave rebellion nearly burnt the temple to the ground in the great city, it was determined that a center for the slave trade would need to be established well away from the more civilized parts of the Imperium, though this account may be exaggerated, since the notorious Archon Venarius Izar narrowly escaped assassination at the hands of an elven slave at the time. Because the new slave outpost would become wealthy beyond the imagining, competition among prospects reportedly took over 20 years to resolve, resulting in great bloodshed in the frontier, well away from the Archon's eye. Magister took arms against Magister, mostly in the form of small armies of serfs and mercenaries. Over half the slaves in existence allegedly died in the battles before Emirius was finally chosen. thanks to the marriage of Craven's son to the Archon's daughter. Within a mere decade, the mighty fortress was erected on the cliffs where Kirkwall now stands. Over 1 million slaves passed through its gate before the Imperium eventually fell, an unimaginable number by today's standards. The Craven family itself became a patrons of the next 3 Archons and was one of the driving forces behind the extension of the Imperial Highway into the Ferelden Valley, a move that would cost them considerable political influence after the resistance of the Alamari tribes. During its height, Emirius was a jewel to rival the mightiest of the Imperial cities and the greatest center of civilization outside the Winter. Oh. Oh wait, these are quests. Okay. Varric sources say that there has been a number of Templar raids held in Lowtown's elven alienage. You can't verify why, however, or who's been giving the orders. Yes, more reading, although these are missions, although I don't know where these rumor missions came from. According to Varric, a group of mages being transported from Starkhaven hasn't arrived at the gallows. It's currently just a rumor, however, and cannot be followed up on at this time. According to Varric's sources, someone has been asking questions about a missing Templar. No one seems to be on the way, however, and nothing can be done to follow up on this just yet. Varric says the dwarven merchant named Javaris has been offering a lot of coin for muscle. Finding out exactly where Javaris is, however, seems to be a problem. He'll keep looking. Varric has heard rumors that some in the Chantry have been making quiet inquiries about Lowtown, about the Kunari. No one seems willing to talk about it, though. Okay. That's premium content. What is this? Okay, so that is that. Wait, it should be... So I guess I can't really do... I can't do the Wayward Son, I guess. Can sell these. More reading? No, I've actually read this. Okay. Barrel of fun. Ooh. Maleficarum. Also, hi Shady, hi Teats. Sorry I forgot that. I had a lot of reading to do. Maleficarum. It has been asked, what are Maleficarum? How shall we know them? I have been as troubled by this question as you. Problem solved. You have come to me for the wisdom of the Maker, but none have seen the Maker's heart save beloved Andraste. And so I have done as all mortals must, and looked to the words of his prophet for answers. And there I found respite from a troubled mind, for she has said this to us. Magic exists to serve man, and never to rule over them. Therefore I say to you, they who work magic, which dominates the mind and hearts of others, they have transgressed the Maker's law. Also Our Lady said to us, those who bring harm without provocation to the least of his children are hated and accursed by the Maker. And so it is made clear to me, as it should be to us all, that magic which fuels itself by harming others and by the letting of blood is hated by the Maker. Those mages who honor the Maker and keep his laws, we welcome as our brothers and sisters. Those who reject the laws of the Maker and the words of his prophets are apostate. They shall be cast out and given no place among us. Okay, let's have a look. Nora?
You heard about that Deep Roads expedition? They say anyone who goes down there is rich. You don't think I'll be
Ravane. Nowhere in my travels, not in the heart of the Imperium nor the streets of Ozamar, have I felt so much an outsider as in Ravane. The chant of light never truly reached the ears of these people. The years they spent under the thumb of the Kunari left most of the country zealous followers of the Kun. Of the Kun. I need to work on pronouncing that word. The Kun. But resistance to the chant goes deeper than Kunari war. The Ravani refuse to be parted from their seers, wise women who are in fact hedge mages, communicating with spirits and actually allowing themselves to become possessed. The chantry prohibition against such magical practices violates millennia of local tradition. More lore. Gather your party, patron.
I haven't seen you around Lota. Speed,
Order
Griffin.
drink.
Good one.
Drunk patron. Ah. Let's continue looking around Lowdown.
I'm surprised you still travel with us, Aveline.
Carver, don't.
You're ever so busy with the guardsmen. It must be a burden to slum with the refugees.
It's oddly comforting that you insult me like I'm family.
That wasn't... No, I didn't mean that.
I know, but you should be glad that's how I took it.
You know, I shouldn't say this, but I can read you guys. Even if you're not talking in here. Of course you know.
Care for a night of fun, Mister?
Good day to you, my child. Would you
Huh.
like to make a donation to the chantry?
Mighty wealth between
Well,
my
that is
legs.
actually...
You're welcome to that if you wish.
Oh, I'm certain about that. But I have noticed something that's a bit unfortunate for this game. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to see if I actually can't resolve that for the viewer's sake. So give me just a moment. It's technically a short break, but it's not really a break. I need to sort through some issues. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, I think that might be a little bit better. Now it's not actually crossing over into the health bars of everyone. Maybe just a little bit lower, because that's a little too high. Something like this. Yeah, okay, I think that's a good spot. Save. Up. Up. And there we go. Now we can continue. Anyway, what's there? Heralded imports. What are you guys talking about? What bananas?
You again. What do you want?
I'm looking for
I
someone.
hear you know where I can find a Ferelden Grey Warden.
Only Ferelden Grey Warden I've heard of is sitting on the throne. We're out of the Blight's path now. Why would you need a warden?
The healer was one of them once, wasn't he? A warden?
Well, he's not now, and busy enough without answering fool questions about it.
I won't bother
Then I'll
him.
only ask very smart questions.
I do not joke, Sirrah. You see what our people face in Kirkwall. They have no jobs, no homes. Most can barely
I don't
buy
know
bread.
what song this is,
This
probably.
healer, he serves them without thought for coin. He's closed their wounds, delivered their children.
And yet he needs to hide.
He's a good man. I won't lose him to the blighted Templars.
Lose him to the Templars?
You mean he's a mage?
Would I stick my neck out for some purveyor of hensbane and leeches?
Oh, perish the thought. Another delicate mage flower.
He doesn't want to be locked in the gallows just for using the gifts the Maker gave him.
I mean, that seems reasonable.
I can hardly blame him.
I suppose it isn't my secret to keep. Anders has certainly been free enough with his services.
It's Anders!
Refugees in Darktown know
Yes!
to find the healer, look for the lit lantern. If you have need enough, Anders will be within.
I can't get my brother off the boat. The grip's got him bad.
I asked at 30 farms for work.
I really want to know what song you guys are talking about.
Hey, we heard you in there asking about the healer. We know what happens to mages in this town, and it ain't gonna happen to him.
Robert?
You want him safe? Don't pick fights with other Fereldans while the Templars are after us all.
Ferelden? But your clothes. I figured you for a Kirkwaller, sorry. Make her bless the rule of our King Alistair.
Oh my god, Carver actually did something. What the fuck? I mean, I guess. Well done. Anyway. Where do I find him? Golf clap, golf clap. That's also Darktown. Birthright. Spiritus.
I don't like some of the people you've been associating with, Carver.
Talk to my sister. She's the one in charge.
Maybe, but I know you get around. This city's full of people who are dead set on ending badly. I don't want to see you end up the same way.
Would asking you to stop spying on me help in the least?
No.
No luck? Keep searching. Nobles aren't great at lying low.
Can't imagine slaving in here.
The best armor coin can buy.
I'm taking a tour of the town to see if there's anything else I can pick up, take, whatever, quest. I'm also looking for nobles. Those old conspirators. I guess this goes somewhere in the future. Oh, that is a leave area, okay. Spindleweed. Spindleweed. It is an old country saying that spindleweed grows best for the sorrowful. Verdant spindleweed in a household garden has often brought neighbors offering consolation, usually without even asking what might be wrong. This originates from the plant's use as a seasoning for dishes meant to speed the recovery of the infirm. A person who grows much of it is likely caring for a fatally ill. I mean, I'd say post it on the Discord so I can actually look it up after the stream. Because now there's just going to be a bunch of text keep piling it up. Well, it is Twitch.
You're Hawk, aren't you? You used to work with her.
There is also leaf area. Yep. Let's take a... Oh! The City Elves. When the wholly exalted march of the Dales resulted in the dissolution of the Elven Kingdom, leaving a great many elves homeless once again, the divine Renata I declared that all lands loyal to the Chantry must give the elves refuge within their own walls. Considering the atrocities committed by the elves at Red Crossing, this was a great testament to the Chantry's charity. There was one condition, however: the elves were to lay aside their pagan gods and live under the rule of the Chantry. Some of the elves refused our goodwill. They banded together to form the wandering Dalish elves, keeping their old elven ways and their hatred for humans alive. To this day, Dalish elves still terrorize those of us who stray too close to their camps. Most of the elves, however, saw that it was the wisest to live under the protection of humans. And so we took the elves into our cities and tried to integrate them. We invited them into our own homes and gave them jobs as servants and farmhands. In other words, slaves. Here in Denerim, the elves even have their own quarter, governed by Elven Keeper. Most have proven to be productive members of society. Still, a small segment of the Elven community remains dissatisfied. These troublemakers and malcontents roam the streets, causing mayhem, rebelling against authority, and making a general nuisance of themselves. Kirkwall, the Elven Alienage. Lowtown is home to the squalid Elven Alienage. Here, like in most status alienages, elves are packed into tiny rundown apartments and effectively segregated from the human population. Kirkwall's alienage is even more dilapidated than the rest of Lowtown, but the elves go to great lengths keeping the place looking bright and festive. The Vanadal tree of the people, standing in the middle of the alienage, is a symbol of the elven pride and shared cultural identity, and it is lovingly cared for. It is difficult to say if the elves would continue confining themselves to the alienage if they were given the chance to mingle. They may not admit it, but some feel that living among their kind is far better than living with humans, no matter how terrible the alienage life may be. Did I read everything? Yes, I did.
Busy today, I see. I don't suppose you've heard of any work?
Not yet. The Shem who oversees the docks says he doesn't want any more knife years than necessary.
Bloody Shems. We work as well as anyone else.
Great. Alienage culture. There have always been alienages. They have been around for as long as elves and Shems have lived in the same lands. Ours isn't even the worst. They say that Valerio has 10,000 elves living in a space no bigger than Denerim's market. Their walls are supposedly so high that daylight doesn't reach the Vanadal until midday. But don't be so anxious to start tearing down the walls and picking fights with the guards. They keep out more than they keep in. We don't have to live here, you know. Sometimes a family gets a good break and they buy a house in the docks or the outskirts of town. If they're lucky, they come back to the alienage after the looters have burned down their house. The unlucky ones just go to the pauper's field. Here, we're among family. We look out for each other. Here, we do what we can to remember the old ways. The flat-ears who have gone out there, they're stuck. They'll never be human. And they've gone and thrown away being elven too. So where does it leave them? Nowhere. Okay. Nothing here. So that leads back to home. So there doesn't seem to be much else here for the moment. And apparently I got a message.
So, someone dropped off a message for you. It's on the desk.
Not before he gave it a shake to see if there were coins inside.
I was worried they would fall out.
I don't like gambling. Bait and switch. Hawk. You might be interested in something that's come up. A contact of mine, a fellow by the name of Anzo, is asking around for someone competent regarding a job, and I suggested you. He always paid well, so if I were you, I'd check into it before someone else snaps it up. He said he'll be in Lowtown Bazaar at night. The Black Emporium, Darktown, Hightown. Let's go to Darktown first, because there's someone I want to meet there. How do you mean strangely? She does have a very distinct hip sway when she moves. Really? Well, here you go. I think I do a lot more damage all of a sudden. I wonder why. Oh, something to read.
Gems carved.
The Teventer Imperium. For good or ill, the Imperium has put its stamps on Tedas forever. The old Imperial highways is still in use across most of Tedas. The ruins of the winter fortresses and centers of magical study still litter our landscape, long after the glory of the Imperium dimmed. But the influence of that ancient empire goes deeper than this. Without the winter, there would have been no blights, no Andraste, no Chantry, Every aspect of our world would be altered. The might... I don't know if I want to know, truth be told. The might and majesty of the Imperium may have faded, but it still makes its presence known, even in the most distant corners of Tethys. Every child has been brought up on stories of the winter as it is now. A decadent nation, ruled by the Archon and his court of magisters. Great, and no doubt corrupt, magic lords, mage lords. Their chantry a mockery of our own, their black divine a man, chosen from the ranks of the Minrat House Circle of Magi, the Maker's most hallowed law. Magic exists to serve man, and never to rule over him. Perverted. Mages in the Imperium say their most sacred duty is to serve man, and they seem to serve best by wielding political power. And the worst, that which blessed Andraste must weep to see, all of it is built on a foundation of slavery. While most nations forbid the buying and selling of slaves within their own borders, nearly everyone ships her peoples to the Imperium for sale, skirting the prohibitions against such atrocities, and feeding the Imperium's endless hunger for bodies, to fight the Kunari, to work the mines and quarries, to build the palaces of the magisters, to sweep the crumbling streets and turn the middens and serve at the whim of their mage overseers. I don't want to see that, Deeds. I suddenly realized what you said. Isn't it bad enough I need to hear that name from AI voices, from text to speech, I think? Kirkwall, Darktown. Darktown was once a mine controlled by the Tevinter Imperium. Once exhausted, the mine shafts were extended under the city to dispose of sewage from Kirkwall's overcrowded population of slaves. Unsurprisingly... Oh, not you too, Shady. Come on. Why does everyone torment me? To dispose of the sewage from Kirkwall's overcrowded population of slaves. Unsurprisingly, the tunnels became a refuge for those fleeing captivity. A similar trend continues today. The Undercity... The Undercity, as some call it, is home to the diseased, the insane, the criminals, and the dead. Unwanted corpses are often discarded here by murderers and lazy undertakers. Darktown slums make Lowtown look pleasant in comparison. The foul miasma known as choke dam clogs the swells in every corner of the Darktown, creating a poisonous mist. Its sewers are a dangerous place. The walls are damp, slick and coated with phosphorescent lichen. The sewer is a maze, and one foolish enough to enter is not likely to be heard from again. Why does everyone torment me so?
This place a sanctum of healing and salvation. Why do you threaten it?
Are you the Grey Warden?
Strange occupation for a warden. Aren't you more about taint and death? Not healing and salvation.
Did the warden send you to bring me back? I'm not going. Those bastards made me get rid of my cat. Poor Sir Pounce-a-Lot. He hated the deep roads.
Sir Pounce-a-Lot?
You had a cat named Sir Pounce-a-Lot in the deep roads.
It was a gift. A noble beast. Almost got ripped in half by a Genlock once. He swatted the bugger on the nose. Drew blood too. The blighted warden said he made me too soft. I had to give him to a friend in Amaranthine.
What are you doing here?
So you came to Kirkwall just to escape the wardens?
You say that like it's a small thing. Yes. I'm here because there's no warden outpost, no darkspawn, and a whole host of refugees to blend in with. And some reasons of my own.
Can people leave the wardens?
I've always heard that joining the wardens is for life.
That's only partly true. The hopelessly tainted by the Darkspawn and plagued by nightmares about the Archdemon parts don't go away. But it turns out if you hide well, you don't have to wear the uniform or go to the parties.
I want your help.
I'm part of an expedition into the deep roads. Any information you have could save people's lives.
I will die a happy man if I never think about the blighted deep roads again. You can't imagine what I've come through to get here. I'm not interested. Although, a favor for a favor. Does that sound like a fair deal? You help me, I'll help you.
Oh, what's the favor?
Let's be more specific. I don't do anything involving children or animals.
I have a warden map of the depths in this area. But there's a price. I came to Kirkwall to aid a friend. A mage. A prisoner in the wretched gallows. The Templars learned of my plans to free him. Help me bring him safely past them, and you shall have your maps.
Okay. How did the Templars find out?
What do the Templars know of your plans?
I don't know. I had been exchanging notes with Carl through a maidservant in the gallows. Then the letters stopped coming.
Help him escape the circle?
You want to make your friend an apostate?
That's such a weighted term. Yes, Andraste said magic should serve man, not rule him. But I've yet to find a mage who wants to rule anything. It goes against no will of the Maker for mages to live as free as other men.
Oh, mages need their freedom.
Forcing mages into servitude is not the way to prevent the rise of another Imperium.
That's not usually the response I get. Perhaps we will work together better than I expected.
Who is this mage?
Tell me about your friend.
His name is Carl Thekla. He was sent here from Ferelden when Kirkwall Circle required new talent. His last letter said the Knight Commander was turning the Circle into a prison. Mages are locked in their cells, refused appearances at court, made tranquil for the slightest crimes. I told him I would come.
The Circle of Prison.
Are these accusations true?
Ask any mage in Kirkwall. Over a dozen were made tranquil just this year. The more people you ask, the worse the rumors become.
Okay. What's your plan?
How do you plan to break him out of the gallows?
I'm hoping it won't come to that. I sent Carl a message to meet me in the Chantry tonight. Make her willing, he'll be there, alone. But if there are Templars with him, I swear I'll free him from them, whatever the cost.
So, you want me to fight Templars?
I'm not sure about attacking Templars. I might rather take my chances with the Darkspawn.
If we fight the Templars, it is because they decide that anyone who befriends a mage deserves death without questioning.
Doesn't fighting them prove their point? They don't need more reasons to hunt us.
These are my terms. If you want my aid with your expedition, meet me in the Chantry tonight. I have sent word to Carl to be there. Make her willing, we will all leave free men.
Okay. Well, that's a lot to take in. Conspirators, solve, bait and switch. That's at night. That is also one at night. The way it should be. That's in Cindermount. That's in Cindermount. That's at night. That's 50 sovereigns. Okay, so that is for later, I assume. History of Kirkwall, Chapter 4. The Trenhold family assumed its foreboding control of the city at the very onset of the Dragon Age, less than a week after Merrick Terran retook the Ferelden throne from Orlais. Since this was followed by a civil war in Antiva, the much-maligned Three Queens era, and a coup in the Tevinter Imperium, many thought that the Dragon Age would bring devastating change. Perhaps this was a hasty estimate, but it was true for Kirkwall. Viscount Chivalry Trenhold was a vicious thug who took power through a campaign of intimidation, and his son Perrin, who succeeded him in 914 Dragon, was even worse. Taxes were crippling, and Perrin Trenhold used the ancient chains extending from the Twins, standing at Kirkwall's harbour, unused since the new Exalted Marches, to block sea traffic and charge exorbitant fees from Orlesian ships. The Empire threatened invasion following the closure of the Waking Sea Passage, and for the first time the Chantry used the Templars to pressure the Viscount. Until that point, the Templars had done nothing to counter the Trenhold, even though, as the largest army force in Kirkwall, they could have. Knight Commander Gullian's only written comment was in a letter to Divine Beatrix III. It is not our place to interfere in politic affairs. We are here to safeguard the city against magic, not against itself. The Divine, as a friend of the Emperor, clearly had other ideas. In response, Viscount Perrin hired a mercenary, forcing a showdown with the Templars. They stormed the gallows and hung Knight Commander Gullian, igniting a series of battles that ended with Perrin's arrest and the last of his family's rule. The Templars were hailed as heroes, and even though they wished to remain out of Kirkwall's affairs, it was now forced upon them. Knight Commander Meredith appointed Lord Marlowe Dumar as the new Viscount in 921 Dragon, and she remained influential in the city's rule ever since. Wait, what? 16 strokes on the head is good? 17 is grounds for destruction? What? I think I'm missing something.
This looks like the place. If the sellers go this far, maybe we were important.
Oh. I mean, fair. It's something I have gotten a lot of experience with over time. Barrel. Birthright. Retrieve the will from the family vault. I love that sentence. I think I got blood on my coat. Ooh, money. So let's see what's in here. About. I doubt it's any better than what I have. Nope. Assassins lurk on the edge of fights, striking from the shadows before slipping away again. Be wary, as they often prey on those with the least formidable armor. She should be okay. Chest. Chest. Is that gonna be a locked chest? No, it isn't.
By all means.
If the mage Tiberius is still alive, he might be in the gallows. Find information about the latter in father's belongings that told of the death of an unnamed family friend. Okay.
Lead on.
Well, you
That's
do have
TML
a
crest, I think.
You do have a
Mother described it once.
Can you shut up
Put
for
that
a
above your
moment?
door and you better have the ties to back it up. Otherwise you just look old.
You do have a very weird cat, Teats. The Amal family. It is truly sad what happened to the Amals, isn't it? I still remember grandmother talking about the balls that Lord Aristide used to hold at their estate, and the Antivan violin players and dancers from Asfana. No expense was spared, and no one would dare miss it, lest someone think they weren't worthy of an invitation. And then poor Revka had a child, magical talent, running in one of Kirkwall's most prominent families. The Templars had considered Lord Aristide to be a viscount after Trenhold's arrest. Can you imagine the scandal had he been chosen? They whisked the child away to the circle, and the Amals simply had no luck after that. Leandra ran off with a Ferelden mage, and then Damien was accused of smuggling. Poor Lord Faustin almost bankrupted his family trying to get the charges dropped. But I hear Viscount Marlowe simply wanted the Amals out of the picture, and it worked too, didn't it? By the time Lord Faustin got sick, there was only young Gamlen left, and a mountain of debt. I spoke to Dulcie just the other day, and apparently Gamlen is now living in some lone town shack. Sounds like the sort of character you'd cross the street to avoid. Let's not even talk about the estate. Mother says we should remember the Amals because that sort of thing could happen to any of us. You know the old saying, a march's fortune rises and falls with the tide. If you ask me, this is just another misfortune that magic brings to honest folk. And thus they help that poor family, whatever lies in store for them. Fancy poison ring. Oh, I had to go around anyway. Oh, hi there. No, these are the people who sell slaves, their guards.
Seems to be unhealthy.
History of Kirkwall, Chapter 2. I'm missing Chapter 3 though. As the Imperium border slowly receded after the devastation of the First Blight and the subsequent barbarian invasion, many outposts in the area known today as the Free Marches were cut off from centers of power. Numerous warlords tried consolidating the region into a single kingdom, but resistance prevailed. Emirius held out for almost a century, until it fell to a slave revolt in 25 Ancient. It was not the first such revolt Emirius suffered, but it was the last. It started when an Almari slave named Radun began earning popularity and power by pushing for better conditions. Radun's growing influence prevented the Magisters from touching him, but eventually they had him poisoned. Furious, a group of Radun's supporters stormed the gallows and were massacred, and so began a bloody, year-long rebellion. The city burned, and the wealthy high town was sacked. The Magisters hung before cheering crowds. Emirius assumed the new name of Kirkwall, Kirk, meaning black, after its jetstone cliffs. The new city plunged into anarchy for over a decade, and its defense fell into ruins. Kirkwall had been conquered many times since. The city's own independence suffered since the freeing of its slaves.
Someone's left a surprise here for us.
I knew I should have slit his throat.
Get back!
my.
Don't you?
History of the Circle. It is a truth universally acknowledged that nothing is more successful at inspiring a person to mischief as being told not to do something. Unfortunately, the Chantry of the Divine Age had some trouble with obvious truths. Although it did not outlaw magic, quite the contrary, as the Chantry relied upon magic to kindle the eternal flame which burns in every brazier in every Chantry. It relegated mages to lighting candles and lamps, and perhaps occasionally dusting of rafters and eaves. I will give my readers a moment to contemplate how well such a role satisfied the mages of the time. It surprised absolutely no one when the mages of Valrio in protest snuffed the sacred flames of the cathedral and barricaded themselves inside their choir loft. No one, that is, but divine Ambrosia too, who was outraged and attempted to order an exalted march upon her own cathedral. Even her most devout Templars discouraged that idea. For 21 days the fires remained unlit while negotiations were conducted. Legend tells us that by shouting back and forth from the loft, the mages went cheerily into exile in a remote fortress outside of the capital, where they would be kept under the watchful eyes of the Templars and a council of their own elder magi. Outside of normal society and outside of the Chantry, the mages would form their own closed societies, the Circle, separated for the first time in human history.
Mind if I try my hand at that?
Neither she can wear.
That has to be the vault. If there's anything to learn about the family, that's where it is.
Done.
So this is it. Grandfather's will. Let's just take it back to Mother and be done with it.
Yes, let's go back now.
I don't think there's any point in delaying the news.
So I'm just saying, blood's blood and all, but you are taking advantage of my hospitality. It's only fair if you make something of a monthly contribution.
You sold my children into servitude. Now you're asking me to pay rent?
Maybe just put something towards food.
You should be paying us, Uncle. We found the will.
Grandfather left everything to Mother and us. I guess he had some sense after all. See for yourself.
I should maybe...
To my daughter Leandra, and all children born of her, the estate in Hightown and all associated revenues.
Oh, keep reading.
Check out the part where Gamlin is left only a stipend, to be controlled by you.
Gamlin, how could you?
You're the one who ran away, Leandra. What happened to love is so much more important than money.
It is!
You didn't even come home for the funeral.
The twins were a week old.
We all have our burdens. Mine was looking after a life you abandoned. How long was I supposed to wait?
Did you wait 1 minute?
I doubt you let the ashes get cold.
I took care of Father. I stayed. And on his deathbed, all he could talk about was Leandra. Look, sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. And there's nothing I can do to get it back.
Yeah,
I
somebody.
don't expect that, Gamlen. It's enough to know Mother and Father didn't die angry. I'll petition the Viscount for rights to reclaim the estate. Make her willing, you'll have your house back within weeks.
You don't have the coin or standing to even get an audience with the Viscount. You've got to be someone in this city to live in that house again.
Then I had better get started.
You're a fucking disappointment, Gamlen.
I think this is the same cheese that was here a year ago.
A note addressed to Gamlen.
I think this is the same cheese that was here a year ago.
Wait, why is that? Uncle Gamblin. Yeah, that would be more accurate. I picked up a letter, but it didn't get added to my codex.
What is that stain?
Do you want to know?
Looks like the dog's trying to tunnel his way out of this hovel. Can't blame him. I think this is the same cheese that was here a year ago.
The Bone Pit. Hawk, I've got a lead for you. A merchant I acquired good for told me that workers have gone missing from his bone pit mining operations. He mentioned that the missing miners were Ferelden, which made me think of you. If you're interested, go hit up Hubert in the Hightown Market. Okay. The Bone Pit.
One scrubbing brush, never used.
Oh, so much to do. I wasn't finished looking around Darktown yet.
Nothing worth scavenging today.
Tom Wise.
Tom Wise?
Huh? Oh, Hawk. Haven't seen you since we did that job together for Athenra. Been a while. Heard you're going on some expedition into the deep roads. And right into Darkspawn territory. Sure that's wise?
Yeah, it's a living.
We can't all make a living in the Undercity.
Just watch your back. That's all I'm saying. Say, you still in the market for some poisons? Athenril's scarce these days. And the coterie have their own mixers. You find any rare reagents and want me to whip you up something, just let me know. In fact, since you're an old friend, here's a recipe. My speciality. Everyone needs an edge sometimes, right?
Okay, so I've got poisons and... Okay, more crafting.
Stop looking at me.
What's your issue now, little hawk?
Don't call... Just don't, all right? You're looking for fodder for your stories.
Do you think you're that interesting?
I have enough trouble being overshadowed as it is. I don't need to get caught under an imaginary me, too.
Don't you worry. I'm not in the business of lullabies or children's stories.
Outsiders think they can change us.
Man, excuse me? Oh. Man, his inferiority complex is really annoying. You know what would be the perfect job for Hot, Shady? Thank you. I am doing my best. Slowly learning the new combat speed. Town Crier. Because God knows he does nothing but. Yeah, I thought you might appreciate that one. So, let's finish up looking around this place. Deathroot. Deathroot has been used in magic and potion making for centuries. It's a fragile looking plant with a thin stalk and purple flowers, which fruits once a year, developing bright red fleshy pods that cause disorientation and dizziness if ingested. There are two varieties: the common, more arcanist deathroot, which first found by Archon Hydrianus when he discovered it, growing on several dead slaves. The other, a lunatic's deathroot, is most closely associated with the story of the courtesan Maluzin, who sought revenge on a powerful magister and his family. She harvested the plant, baked it into small pies for the magister's banquet, and presented them to the magisters at the banquet. All the guests were seized by terrifying hallucinations after eating the pie, and tore each other to pieces.
There's no food here. I want to go home.
Danzig.
Mind your manners. This is my territory.
The remains of Sister Plint. The remains of a missionary sister who sought to bring the chant of light to the dark places of Kirkwall. The chantry archivists are always looking to catalog their lost on the memorial wall. Okay. Hi, Bun. Also, I don't know if I know that band. I might, but not by name. Hightown. It does sound familiar, though. Oh, there's suddenly a bunch of missions here.
You there, Ferelden. I wish to speak with you. I've heard you have dealings with certain elements in the city. You can get things done on the sly, as they say.
On the sly?
That's a fancy way to put it.
I am a magistrate in this city, and as such, I wish to hire you for a small, albeit important, job. A man I sentenced to a life in prison has escaped custody. He's been tracked to an abandoned ruin outside the city.
A request that should have been made of the guard.
What was this man's crime?
Why is there such a clamor to catch this man? What has he done?
He's escaped. That's reason enough to catch him.
Okay, this sounds too easy.
We're both intelligent people. There's something in the ruins, isn't there?
There is something, yes. There are creatures in the ruins. The guards I sent are ill-equipped to deal with such beasts.
What kind of creatures?
Do you know what manner of beasts they are?
I don't know what they look like. I've never seen one myself. The guards say these things have already torn through a full company of men.
Why not just let him be eaten?
It would be easier to seal up the entrance and let the beasts take care of him.
I believe in justice, Ferelden, not unbridled slaughter. I will not let prisoners be eaten just because I don't want to get my hands dirty.
So you would rather have somebody else get their hands dirty? Sounds like half-assed reasoning, my man. You just want to make sure he's dead. Alright, I'll do it.
I'll take the job.
Bring the fugitive in alive, quickly and quietly. Not only will you be well paid, you'll have the gratitude of a city magistrate. Useful for a refugee, wouldn't you agree?
Magistrate's orders. Okay. How many? There's a lot of things here. That's the charm tree. That's Hubert. That's the blooming rose. Oh, there's one there. Yep. Let's turn around. Since that one is pretty close anyway, you might as well finish that up first. Also, what do you mean this is where DA turns dark?
Bounty hunter!
Darker than Awakenings? Oh wow. I've also noticed, but this might be me, that enemies are less likely to drop something in this game. Oh, I see. So the kind of dark I'm going to enjoy. Nice.
I thought the refugees were keeping to low town.
Let's do the charm tree. Well, it's going to a different map technically. Let's get the other ones first. gebeurd.
Hear you're having problems with the bone pit. I can help.
Ah, finally someone comes to help me. You look a bit unseasoned, but I hope you'll do. I had to suspend operations. My workers are lost in the mines or have run off. Served me right for hiring Ferelden refugees. I sent others before, but no word. Perhaps they are putting me off. I need someone competent to figure out what is going on.
Is Bone Pit a tad ominous?
Your first mistake was naming your mine the Bone Pit.
The locals named the mine. Those fools say it's cursed. That is why I hire Fereldens. They may be dull-witted, but they're not superstitious.
You know I'm one of them.
Mind what you say about my countrymen.
I was not referring to you, of course. My workers are a particularly desperate sort. They're lucky to work for me. Few in Kirkwall will hire refugees.
What happened to the workers?
Surely the miners had good reason to leave.
I am at a loss. No miner has reported in, and no one takes me seriously.
Nobody will go?
The Bone Pit must be dangerous, if people are afraid to venture there.
No, nothing like that. Pay no heed to local superstition. The Bone Pit is mostly harmless.
Oh, let me guess. This guy has already gotten reports and just don't believe it. Writes it off as superstitious when there's actually something there killing people. What are you paying?
What's the reward?
I will pay handsomely. The exact amount depends on what perils you face.
That's all I need to know.
I'll head there soon.
The sooner the better. Each day the mine is not running costs me more than those miners make in a year. The Bone Pit is just outside the city. Any map will show it.
Hubert, fine, good. Yoink. 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 Sell all junk. Why not? You know, I already have almost enough gold. I've barely done anything. Well, I've done a lot. It's just a lot of running back and forth, which I honestly don't mind. I'm having a lot of fun playing this. And I'm also learning a lot.
I wouldn't be caught dead in the Rose. What?
So at some point I must have picked something up that gave me a quest here. I just don't know what.
And here we are in the brothel. My day is complete.
Let's not stay here for long.
Madame Lucine runs the place for Harlan. Or with him. Or on him. It's a coterie thing.
Oh, another conspirator. 2 were killed, 2 remain. No, I think it's a secondary quest. The main plot is the Deep Road the Deep Road Expedition. The Underfalls. The Underfalls are a land of shocking extremes. It is the most desolate place in all the world, for 2 blights have left great expanses of the steppes so completely devoid of life that corpses cannot even decay there. No insect or grub will ever reach them. It is a land filled with wonders, like the Murdain, with a gigantic white statue of Our Lady carved into its face, her hands outstretched and bearing an eternal flame. A rice-hut fortress, with its walls of living rock towering over the desolate plains below. The Anders, too, are a people of extremes, the most devout priests and the most deadly soldiers, the poorest nation in the world and the most feared.
The merchandise is up front.
I have to get it from the cellar. Send round some more nuts or something in the meantime.
Oh! Guess who's here?
I won't mention this to your mother if you
don't.
Ferelden, are you? We are not a charitable organization, Syrah. If you cannot pay, you will have to take your lonely self elsewhere. Is that clear? 2 sovereigns for premium service, 1 sovereign for standard service. 50 silver and someone may touch you. Briefly.
No thanks.
I'm not interested. Of course you aren't. Poverty had nothing to do with your decision, I'm sure.
You got to know when to hold, know when to fold, know when to
walk away, know when to run. You better count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
He didn't really ask you to wear a feather boa.
All Asian, darling. Welcome to the Blooming Rose. Personally, I wouldn't say it's blooming precisely, but the name's not my choice.
You got to know when to hold them.
I heard you lost something. This it?
I had never thought to see this again. Thank you.
Barrel. I think I'll move away from that specific door. Yes? What are you insinuating? Yes, that's true. Is there something there? No.
Varric?
Carver.
Still think you're helping while bearing us in debt to your brother?
Still riding side saddle while bitching at your betters?
Drinks later?
Never miss them.
Oh my god, these 2. Oh, I love Varric. He's an interesting sort.
Not going to happen.
I
can't do that.
That's not really my thing. Not likely.
Okay. Oh, hi there.
What is that? Huh. Well, I just lost a sovereign. Didn't think you'd stoop to our kind again.
Neither did I.
Indeed. Or are you not too proud to make some coin?
What's the job?
Pride usually hasn't been my downfall.
Since you stormed off, we don't have anyone who can quite work your magic. If you know what I mean. I sent some men to fence a bit of cargo down at the docks. Haven't seen them since. I'd pay good silver for the safe return of them, or the goods.
Who's missing?
Is this anyone I know?
When you left, we had to take on New Ferelden. Volunteers. Lad named Price was leading them. No one of your caliber.
Where do I go?
Where were they last seen?
They were supposed to meet down by the docks, under cover of darkness. I know you're familiar with the concept.
What kind of goods?
Want to tell me what you were selling?
We were trying to make a deal with the Carta. Those Orzammar dwarves. They like luxury items. Fine fabrics, a cask of caviar, an aged wine. Anything one can liberate from a Hightown merchant.
Oh, sure. More money.
Consider it a deal.
Good. Go to the docks tonight. My boy Price was supposed to meet our buyers from the Carta there. Maybe you can find out what happened.
Really? Well, it is Carver. What did I expect? Now I need to go to the Chantry.
So, Carver, have you thought about what you'll do if your expedition doesn't pay off?
This is our only chance, and you know it.
You're so damned proud you couldn't pick up a trade.
And who would take a Ferelden apprentice? Maybe in another year I could work my way up to Piss Boy.
Fine, let's crawl down some holes. With bloody luck for your sake.
Is he really going to start picking a fight with every single person? All the time? These truths are the Maker revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death, there is but one God, and He is our Maker. They are sinners who have given their love to false gods. Magic exists to serve man, and never to rule over them. Foul and corrupt are they who have taken His gift and turned it against His children. They shall be named Maleficar, accursed ones. They shall find no rest in this world, or beyond. Those who bear false witness and work to deceive others know this. There is but one truth. All things are known to our Maker, and He shall judge their lies. All things in this world are finite. What one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters do harm to their livelihood and to their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart. Andraste, bride of the Maker. There was once a tiny fishing village on the waking sea that was set upon by the Tevinter Imperium, which enslaved the villagers to be sold in the markets of Minrataus, leaving behind only the old and the infirm. One of the captives was the child Andraste. She was raised in slavery in a foreign land. She escaped, then made a long and treacherous journey back to her homeland alone. She rose from nothing to be the wife of an Alamari warlord. Each day she sang to the gods, asking them to help her people who remained slaves in Tevinter. The false gods of the mountain and the winds did not answer her, but the true God did. The Maker spoke. He showed her all the works of his hands, the fate, the world, and all the creatures therein. He showed her how men had forgotten him, lavishing devotion upon mute idols and demons, and how he had left them to their fate. But her voice had reached him, and so captivated him that he offered her a place at his side, that she might rule all of creation. But Andraste would not forsake her people. She begged the Maker to return, to save his children from the cruelty of the Imperium. Reluctantly, the Maker agreed to give man another chance. Andraste went back to her husband Mayferet, and told him all that the Maker had revealed to her. Together they rallied to the Alamari, and marched forth against the mage lords of the Imperium, and the Maker was with them. Oh, come on! Dark did the right thing. Mostly. I actually had to do a double take on what you meant with sacrificing boys' mothers. I keep forgetting he actually did that, technically. Deeds. Andraste went back to her husband, Mayferet, and told him all that the Maker had revealed to her. Together they rallied the Alamari and marched forward against the mage lords of the Imperium, and the Maker was with them. The Maker's swords was creation itself, fire and flood, famine and earthquake. Everywhere they went, Andraste sang to the people of the Maker, and they heard her. The rank of Andraste's followers grew until they were a vast tide, washing over the Imperium. When Mayferet saw that the people loved Andraste and not him, a worm grew within his heart, gnawing upon it. At last the armies of Andraste and Mayferet stood before the very gate of Menrod House, but Andraste was not with them, for Mayferet had schemed in secret to hand Andraste over to the Tevinter. For this the Archon would give Mayferet all the lands to the south of the waking sea. And so, before all the armies of the Alamari and the Tevinter, Andraste was tied to the stake and burned, while her earthly husband turned his armies aside and did nothing, for his heart had been devoured. But as he watched the pyre, the Archon softened. He took pity on Andraste and drew his sword, and granted her the mercy of a quick death. The Maker wept for his beloved, cursed Mayferet, cursed mankind for their betrayal, and turned once again from creation, taking only Andraste with him. And Our Lady sits still at his side, where she still urges him to take pity on his children. Man, all of you are giving Dark a bad rap for no reason.
May the Maker's gaze be upon you. You know, I heard Sister Alima has been dipping into the spirits again. Have you noticed the smell coming off her lately? It's like she's been swimming in hard liquor. Let's just hope she doesn't get too close to the candles.
Those children. The orphan Fereldans ran off again after we fed them.
I wish they'd let us help them. It'd be better than scraping by on the streets of Darktown.
I'm sorry you had to witness that disgraceful scene by the Chanter's Board. I am Elthina, Grand Cleric of Kirkwall. Sebastian's normally a good lad, but he's had a terrible shock.
Who is he?
Sebastian? Was that his name?
Sebastian Vale. He was affirmed here nearly a decade ago. He had just been invested as a brother when we got the news about his family. I'm afraid he reacted rashly, denied his vows, and left the Chantry. If the Maker wills it, he will return to himself before it's too late.
He's a brother?
So he's some kind of priest?
He is an initiate of the faith. As a man, he cannot serve as a mother would, but he has led the chant here many times. Before last week, I would have said he was the most faithful of our true believers.
What happened?
You said someone murdered his family.
Sebastian is the youngest son of the ruling family of Starkhaven. They were overthrown recently, violently. Sebastian is the only surviving member.
I'm going to help him.
I think his family deserves to be avenged.
Sebastian would spend his coin to buy men's lives, the same as those who attacked his family. No matter how justified he feels, that is murder. And when he returns, I will tell him so again.
Sebastian Vale. In the face of danger, sometimes the bravest thing is to stand back and trust the Maker will see justice done. Sebastian Vale is the only surviving son of the... Oh. Sebastian Vale is the only surviving son of the ruling family of Starkhaven, which was murdered in a violent coup d'etat. Sebastian cannot forget the irony that he still lives only because his family was so ashamed of his drinking and womanizing that they committed him to the Kirkwall Chantry against his will. After initially rejecting a priest's lifestyle, Sebastian was more surprised than anyone when he realized that his show of faith had turned real. Since then, his belief in the Maker and his plan for Talis have been unshakable. Embracing his new role, Sebastian took vows of poverty and chastity to become a sworn brother of the Chantry, until word of his family's death forced him to take up worldly concerns once again. Grand Cleric Eltina, Sebastian's mentor and friend, hopes to convince him to walk away from the struggles of Starkhaven and return to the good works of the Chantry. So much reading. The Sermons of Divine Renata I. The weakness of mortal will is of great failing of all the Maker's children. We trade our honor as if we're the cheapest of currency. We do not understand what integrity is or what it is truly worth. From this ignorance, original sin was born. At some time, each of us had thought, what does it matter if I keep hold of my integrity? I am but one mortal. I am powerless. How blind we all are. The virtue of a single slave destroyed the Tevinter Imperium. The dishonor of one man drove the Maker from our side. I tell you truly, nothing but the integrity of our hearts will win the love of the Maker back to us. It is the power we shall ever possess to change this world for good or for ill. The Maker. There was no word for heaven or for earth, for sea or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities, and from it made his firstborn, and he said to them, in my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done. Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelt, waiting to see wonders his children would create. The children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne and sang hymns of praise unending. But their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fate, saying, in my image I have wrought my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your will all things are done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing. And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn, and took from the fate a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke to it, saying, here I decree opposition in all things, for earth sky, for winter summer, for darkness light. By my will alone is balance sunder, and the world given new life. And no longer was it formless, ever-changing, but held fast, immutable, with words for heaven and for earth, sea and sky, At last did the Maker form the living world, make man, immutable as the sustenance of the earth, with souls made of dreams and ideas, hopes and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, "To you, my second-born, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I crafted you, and to the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me." And the Maker sealed the gates of the golden city, and there he dwelt, waiting to see the wonders his children would create.
Dear Maker, please help Ravine find his way to me. After his grandfather, it is all I have left.
The History of the Chantry, Chapter 1. The first blight devastated the Tevinter Imperium. Not only had the Darkspawn ravaged the countryside, but Tevinter citizens had to face the fact that their own gods had turned against them. Dumat, the old god once known as the Dragon of Silence, had risen to silence the world, and despite the frenzied pleas for help, the other old gods did nothing. The people of the Imperium began to question their fate, murdering priests and burning temples to punish their gods for not returning to help. In those days, even after the devastation of the First Blight, the Imperium stretched across the known world. Fringed with barbarian tribes, the Imperium was well prepared for invasions and attacks from without. Fitting, then, that the story of its downfall begins from within. The people of the far north and eastern reaches of the Imperium rose up against their powerful overlords in rebellion. The Tevinter Magisters summoned demons to put down these small rebellions, leaving corpses to burn as examples to all who would dare revolt. The Imperium began to tear itself apart from within. Throngs of angry and disillusioned citizens doing what centuries of opposing armies could not. But the Magisters was confident in their power, and they could not imagine surviving a blight only to be destroyed by their own subjects. After the blight, Tevinter commanded an army larger than that of any organized nation in Tennis, but that army was scattered and its morale dwindling. The ruins of Tevinter were such that the Alamari barbarians, who had spread their clans and hold over the wilderness of the Ferelden Valley at the far southern edge of the Imperium, saw weakness in their enemy, and after an age of oppression embarked on a campaign not only to free their own lands, but to bring down the mighty Tevinter as well. The leader of that blessed campaign were the great barbarian warlord Mayferet and his wife Andraste. Their dreams and ambition would change the world forever. A satirical tome about the deluded brother of the Chantry who sought peace between elves and humans, a condemnation of fanatics of both races. It is favored by radical elves choosing to live in Darktown. Oh great, now I need to go back to Darktown. The founding of the Chantry. Cordelius Dracon, king of the city-state of Orlais, was a man of uncommon ambition. In the year -15 ancient, the young king began construction of the great temple dedicated to the Maker, and declared that by its completion he would not only have united the warring city-states of the south, he would have brought Andrastian belief to the world. In -3 ancient, the temple was completed. There in its heart, Dracon knelt before the eternal flame of Andraste and was crowned ruler of the Empire of Orlais. His first act as emperor to declare the Chantry as the established Andrastian religion of the Empire. It took 3 years and several hundred votes of Elessa of Montsemar was elected to lead the new Chantry. Upon her coronation as divine, she took the name Justinia, in honor of the disciple who recorded Andraste's song. In that moment, the ancient era ended and the divine age began.
Take away this burning itch. If you do this for me, I'll never step foot in that brothel again. I swear.
I don't think you need a maker, my friend. I think you need a doctor. Barvollen, the occupied north. In the 30th year of the Steel Age, the first Qunari ship were sighted off the coast of Barvollen in the far north, making the beginning of a new age of warfare. History calls this the First Qunari War, but it was mostly a one-sided bloodbath, with the Qunari advancing far into the mainland. Qunari warriors in glistening steel armor carved through armies with ease. Their cannons, the likes of which our ancestors had never seen, reduced city walls to rubble in a matter of seconds. Stories of Qunari occupation vary greatly. It is said that they dismantled families and sent captives to learning camps for indoctrination into their religion. Those who refused to cooperate disappeared to the mines or construction camps. For every tale of suffering, however, there is another of enlightenment, arriving from something called the Qun. This is either a philosophical code or a written text that governs all aspects of Qunari life. Perhaps both. One converted Saharan reported pity for those who refused to embrace the Qun, as if the conquerors had led him to a sort of self-discovery. For all my life I followed the Maker wherever his path led me, he wrote. But in the Qun, I have found the means to travel my own path. It has been said that the most complete way to wipe out a people is not with blades, but with books. Thankfully, a world that had repelled 4 blights would not easily bow to a foreign aggressor, and so the exalted marches began. The greatest advantage of the Chantry-led forces was that the Circle of Magi, for all their technology, the Qunari appeared to harbor great hatred for magic. Faced with cannons, the Chantry responded with lightning and balls of fire. The Qunari armies lacked the sheer number of humanity. So many were slain at Mernus Pel on both sides, that the veil is said to be permanently sundered. Maybe. The ruins still plagued by restless corpses, but each year the Chantry pushed further and further into Qunari lines, although local converts of the Qun proved too difficult to return to Andraste's teachings. By the end of the Storm Age, the Qunari were truly pushed back. Ravain was the only human land that retained the Qunari religion after being freed, but its rulers attempted to barter a peace. Most human lands signed the Lomarin Accord, accepting the Tevinter Imperium. It's a shaky peace that has lasted to this day. Starkhaven, the largest city in the Free Marches, sits on the bank of the greatest Menanter River. I remember my visit to the city quite clearly. I was taken up the river by barge, a cumbersome vessel that moved at a stately pace, and disembarked by the city's central square, an impressive space with marble fountains surrounded by kingly estates. Starkhaven's wealth was truly a sight to behold. A path paved in granite led up to the grandest buildings I've ever seen. My guide indicated that this was the residence of Starkhaven's ruler, Prince Vale. We supped at the table of my guide's closest friend. I was presented with a variety of dishes from the region. One in particular stood out, fish and egg pie, Starkhaven's most famous dish. 3 deboned fish caught just that day were cooked in a porcelain vessel with boiled eggs, dried fruit, spices, and thickened cream, all topped with a light crust. Superb. Just making sure I didn't miss anything else. Okay.
what I found. Your reason for living.
Bless my fool spirit, I never thought I'd see that again. Thank you.
Yeah. Back to Darktown, but I am going to take a break first. So I will be back in 10-15 minutes ish to continue the story. I'm having a lot of fun and I hope to push this forward soon. So I'll see you all in a moment. Hello, and welcome back. Without further ado, let's continue pushing forward. I just got a quick delivery to make here, because I've got a bunch of missions to do.
Something of yours, sir.
I thought this was last. Perhaps it should be. That does not diminish your kindness.
Let's see what's over here. Okay. Let's see where this goes.
Customer. Thaddeus, stand straight. Places, everyone. Welcome to the Black Emporium.
Xenon the Antiquarian.
I am the great
Xenon the Antiquarian. You received the invitation? Then you are fortunate indeed. Xenon is no ordinary man, as you will discover for yourself when you enter the Black Emporium. The item you'll see resting in the chair is not one of the displays. Rather, it is the proprietor. It may speak to you. That's Xenon, using the mystical bauble that has allowed him to communicate since he lost the power of speech. The story tells that Xenon was a Kirkwall nobleman in the Age of Steel, almost 300 years ago. Obsessed with the pursuit of eternal life, he made a deal with a powerful witch. Some say it was the legendary Antivan, Witch of the Waves, and his wish was granted. He obtained eternal life, but not eternal youth. His body became decrepit, and he used his vast wealth to seek out ways to preserve it. Some were magical, many were dangerous, and almost all of them were unsuccessful. What remains is an immobile mass of twisted flesh, and I think Xenon's mind has slowly decayed along with his body. He hid away in the Undercity and has slowly amassed a collection that's sure to amaze. If he invited you, he thinks you have the coin he needs to further his search for a cure. Just don't think of stealing anything. The golem is not for show. Although you're free to look around the shop, I wouldn't suggest staying over long. You might be present for one of the baths his servant gives him hourly to keep his flesh from becoming completely desiccated. Trust me, you don't want that.
and magnificent Xenon, the Antiquarian. That golem's name is Thaddeus Gigantus Crumbum III. He's my favorite.
That is a weird dude.
Don't manhandle the urchin. He's not for sale. Find your own.
The Vessel of Tears. Although this wax-stoppered vessel is clearly labeled Tears Shed during the burning of Treviso, many questions remain, not the least of which is, which burning of Treviso? When the Kunari conquered it in 635 steel? When it was burned by the liberating armies of the White and Black Divines during the Second Exalted March of 752 Storm? Or when it accidentally burned to the ground in 862 Blessed after the Deckhand knocked over a lantern in the warehouse full of lamp oil? Even assuming that the correct event could be determined, the question of whose tears have been collected remains. Presumably not any of the numerous fire victims, surviving relatives, perhaps, nobles with summer homes on the Antivan coast. It should be noted that nowhere on the label does it say that these tears were shed in relation to the event, so they could have been the tears of women in Montsemar weeping because she was not asked to dance at the last costume ball, unaware that at that very moment one of the greatest port cities of Tethys was aflame.
The Templars sometimes come here, you know. The bloodstains take just weeks to clean up. Poor Teddy.
Stare into the mirror of transformation. Oh.
Do not stare too intently at that. On second thought, please do.
Emporium, Relics and Antiques. Oh, buying. Too early for that. And I think I probably have better stuff at home. It is technically better, but mine is better editions. That is more armor. Funny enough, I think I have better.
All manner of crafting lore gathered from throughout Beta. Price is negotiable.
Ooh. I do want these. Box of Screaming. I received a box from a man I met in the Silent Plains. He spoke little and would not reveal his name. For reasons I shall not detail here, I had been kidnapped and left for dead in that grey, wind-blasted wasteland. After days of walking, I was parched and close to death. I was about to dash my head on a rock to speed my passing when the man arrived. He possessed a water skin containing ample water. for a person traveling from our location to the Imperial Highway. From there, he said, I could find my way to Solus or Periventium. He offered to give me the water skin if I agreed to take 3 things from him: a glowing crystalline shard, a bronze sphere, and an iron-bound box with no hinges. I asked the man if he wished to have these items delivered. He said that he merely wanted me to have them. It was odd request, but I was too weak and too desperate to think much of it, and so I agreed. The man put the items into a leather sack, which he handed to me along with the water. What about you? I asked. He said nothing, only pointed in the direction from which he came. There is nothing that way, I said. He merely smiled at me. I found the Imperial Highway about a day later, and the caravan driver agreed to take me to Periventium in exchange for the large glowing shard. In Periventium, I bartered the bronze sphere for new clothes and a room at the inn. That night, I examined the iron-bound box and found no way to open it. I held it to my ear, and I thought I heard slow, measured breathing coming from within. My mind was afire with curiosity, and I obtained from the innkeeper a large hammer, thinking to smash the thing open. The moment the hammer touched the box, it shrieked. The shrill sound pierced through the depths of my soul. I gave the box to the innkeeper in the morning and felt better for having rid myself of it. Okay.
I tire those plebeian items. Take what you like. No charge.
I can probably sell them.
No charge, Thaddeus. You hear me?
The pickled apples of Arleton. I expressed my incredulity to the shop's assistant, who coldly noted that he did not like my implication. He insisted that every article in the Black Emporium was genuine, no fake, imitations or cheap knockoffs. I must have appeared unconvinced, for the assistant narrowed his eyes at me and disappeared into the bowls of the shop. Returning several minutes later, he removed the jar of pickled apples from its display case and proceeded to carefully, reverently remove the wax seal from the lid of the jar. I watched with fascination as the jar was opened and a single rosy apple pulled from it. It looked as if it had been just picked that day, at the peak of ripeness. With a ploughing knife, the assistant cut the tiniest sliver of flesh from the apple and presented it to me. The flavor of that one small sliver was astonishing. It was as close to a perfect apple as ever there was. I was experiencing the essence of every apple ever eaten, and that ever will be eaten. When it was over, the sense of loss that filled me was so sharp enough to move me to tears. The rest of the apple was returned to the jar, which was then resealed. I paid 5 sovereigns for that single taste, and I believe I got the better part of the bargain. Wait, what?
Don't fondle and trust, eh?
Okay. Andraste in nude repose, invisible. Can stone lie with purpose? Can it beckon with raw feminine command, yet shine with an inspiring virtue? That challenge was posed to sculptor Arwand de Glans, artisan and son of Empress Vosgienne of Orlais. It was busy work and rhetoric in a time of excess, but answer he did, with the reserves of a nation and a passion unhealthy. His subject, Our Lady, though not as depicted in traditional statuary. Arwen's mad ambition summoned the form of Andraste, uninterrupted by the trappings of war and devoid of the vestments she assumed after that. It was living, commanding, obscene, and yet inspired. To gaze upon it was to be enthralled spiritually and physically. It was the latter that alarmed Chantry officials. They blanched at the thought of Our Lady being possessed of such base appeal, even as they too were drawn. The work could not be destroyed without threatening the balance between Empire and Hallowed, so a grave censorship was enacted under the guise of honoring. Enchanters were tasked with extending the ethereal that hides the fade, drawing it around to form like a cloak. Our Lady remains in the stone and in this world, but mortal eyes are forever denied her treasure and glory. She is veiled in every sense. As in all things, unintended consequences must vex those with pure intentions. Modesty would have been better served by a thickened sheet, drawn back with techniques were to be studied. As it is, the sculpt skills are accessible only to an exploring touch, defined by shapes, defining the shape by intimate caress. All manners of strange congress has stemmed from the tempted hands and the innocent wish for clarity. Oh. So, 1, 2, 3 things to buy.
It's so rare to have company. Well, living company at any rate.
Well, we might as well go, right? Okay, so I had finished that quest as soon as I entered it. I knew there was one.
Knight Commander Meredith would kill us all if he could.
Actually, Death of a Templar. The dry, dusty earth swallows up salty drops that splatter its surface. A tiny insect pauses, sensing the vibrations, and scurries off, leaving behind the invisible enemy. As the drops fall, the dark circles merge together, expressing a mirror to their creator. The primal emotions of bloodlust and sorrow blend into a lethal cocktail that breaks the strongest of man. The jurisdiction of strength must be left to the spirit, not arm nor chest. Only the wisest turn to his inner sanctuary to partition the mind from an all-consuming madness. Seductive voices whispering promise of glory, weighting down the weaker path of the flesh, bringing a death far worse than that of hot lead or steel. These blank, hollow promises will echo the unfathomable eternally. Someone's playing Fashion Star. Living comfortably among the material possessions, it is easy to misunderstand the true meaning of uncontrollable hate. Failing to understand the power of fighting against pure, unfaltering beliefs, against foes that listen only to their soul. Uncontrollable hate, influenced and thus removed from innocence. The scar is permanent and infernal. Internal, not infernal. The rain now red feeds the dead ode for actions past, seeking further into the earth as the mind draws slower. What was it that drew himself to the situation? The mind ebbs and parts to a lingering memory of true innocence. He entered the war as a newborn enters the world, unknowing of both the horrors and light of the Maker that will save him. The sound of metal sliding along the ladder comes from above him. From the second he was born to his soon-to-be dying breath, his mind was processing and analyzing knowledge and experiences. It is true that he thought he could be wise in his own eyes, but only the most humble recognizes that he knows very little. Bias, speculation, and all of false pretenses make way to the sound of the sweeping steel, and then finally his soul, as ready as his eyes dry from his final understanding, enter his promise of its purest forms. The prize? Which mission was this? Oh, family history.
More mages. You talk. I'm going to ask the guards about their training.
I know your face. I am Tobias. You and that man are both hawks. I remember your father. Malcolm was a good man.
You have a good memory.
My father must have left quite an impression. The letter I found was ancient.
I needn't tell his own child how special he was. As to the letter, it pained me to send news of the Templar's death.
The Templar?
He allowed your father to leave Kirkwall. Rule is not served by caging the best of us. A wise man.
That's surprising.
Not what I would expect from a Templar.
There was a time when the rules of the Order could be interpreted to suit a situation. Unlike these days.
Oh, okay.
I will send the letters I held. It seems fitting that they return to family. Such a friendship. Few like your father remain. Even fewer like the Templar. Rest well at the Maker's side, Sir Morivar Carver.
Oh, Carver. Okay. I got an item. Out of junk.
If you have a plan, get to it.
We have sword drills in the morning and study the chant in the afternoon.
Kirkwall. The gallows. Statues of tortured slaves fill the gallows courtyard, a ghastly memento of Kirkwall's history. 1500 years ago, Kirkwall was the Tevinter Imperium's largest quarry, feeding the construction of the Imperial Highway. The Imperium's hunger for expansion led to legions of slaves forced into working the quarry. When the Empire's construction phase ended, Kirkwall slid naturally into its new role as the capital of the slave trade, the gallows at its heart. The statues are not monuments to the suffering of slaves. Every inch and angle of the courtyard was designed by magisters bent on breaking the spirit of newcomers. Executions here took place daily, sometimes hourly, and corpses were hung from the gibbets throughout the yard. New slaves trudging in from the docks saw what awaited them. When Our Lady turned her armies against the Imperium, the slaves of Kirkwall revolted and claimed the city for themselves. The gallows stood empty for 300 years, not to be reopened until the crowning of Divine Justinia I. The gallows transformed the city again when the abandoned prison tower became the home of Kirkwall's circle. The Seeker of Truth by The Seeker of Truth. Sir Whitemore, when I mentioned powers greater than the Templars, I didn't mean the Chantry. Sure, they command the Templars, but that was not always so. The Inquisition once hunted heretics and cultists as well as mages, and their reign of terror ended only with the inception of the Circle of Magi. They became the Templar Order, for good or ill, the Watchers of the Mages, and the martial arm of the Chantry. It was mutually beneficial arrangement, but few know that the Chantry created yet another order to watch over the Templars, the Seekers of Truth. I know little of them myself, but I can say the following things with certainty. They serve the divine and they are feared. When a Seeker steps from the shadows, Templars run for cover. Because why would he come unless the Templars somehow failed in their duties? Seekers are extremely effective investigating abuses within the Circle and hunting particularly evasive apostates. It's said they are immune to a blood mage's mind control and possess the ability to read minds or erase memories, but this is likely exaggeration. So we return to my original dilemma. Who watches power greater than that of the Templars? One assumes it's the divine, but how much could she know about their activities when their very existence is a mystery to most?
Maker's blessing on you.
Greetings, Monsieur.
Joining the Templars was supposed to be a dream come true, but you hear so many terrible rumors.
There's so many blood mages in Kirkwall. They do unspeakable things.
Recruits aren't allowed to speak to visitors, sir.
If you want something, talk to the knights.
Maker.
I am glad to stand here day after day.
I have better stuff. I guess there's nothing else here? Nope. Well, on to my next mission. Time to go to nighttime, I think. Alright, I had to get to Carver.
Lord Carver.
We're still a long way from cowing Templars with our titles, sister.
Be happy for Mother.
You could slap on a smile for a few days. For her sake.
She's not interested in what I think. She wants to provide for us, and you're making sure it happens. And when we're done, I don't know, I guess we'll sit around thinking about how great we used to be. Mother didn't even want that life back until we got dumped here. And you only care because we're under Templar scrutiny.
Fine. What would you do?
Very well, Carver. What's your plan?
I'd look forward. Make something new. Stop paying debts for old men. And if I had to go backward, I'm not looking for ancient names. I'd fix what's important. What went wrong.
We can't just go back.
We wouldn't need to if you'd done it right. Lothering was our home, not this place. We could have stood our ground. You could have stopped that ogre from killing Bethany.
You're right.
What?
I'd change all of that if I could. But we don't have that option, and you know it. Well, good talk.
Sister. I feel... I don't know. It's like Mother taking everything out on us. She was just scared. I don't have a place in the life she is trying to bring back. I'm here if you need me. But I must find my own way.
Wow. So many pent-up issues.
Here, I got you something.
Why?
A peace offering.
We ended on a tense note last time. Take it as you will.
These are by Father. Are you sure they aren't meant for you? I bet another mage could get more out of them. For your service that cannot be admitted, I ask that you accept this trinket and know that I shall respect your name. Thank you, Conscience of the Order, Sir Morivar Carver. Carver?
The Templar who allowed Father to leave Kirkwall. Your namesake.
A Templar? Have we met a Templar who isn't a colossal prig?
Father must have felt he was worth honoring.
A man who let him look ahead. And a name that would always mean skill thoughtfully applied.
Seems like he thought it held some promise.
Not a link back, but how to go forward. That's what I was to him. I don't know what to say. Except... thank you.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good toggle. Also, Carver friendship. It's still pretty sour.
Keep it down, dog. All that noisy dog breath, day in, day out. Make him stop.
Why don't you?
Well, pardon my dog for breathing. If you think you can stop him, be my guest.
There. Isn't that annoying? Ah, blight take you.
When I told your grandmother I was marrying your father, she threatened to disown me. She said my children would be mongrels. My father wanted to lock me in, but she told him it's her life, let her ruin it. I wrote to her when each of you were born. She never wrote back. I'm glad she didn't die hating me.
Can we move to the estate now?
The estate is yours. Why are we still here?
Technically, the house is now property of the Viscount, since its owner died without an heir. If we went there now, we would just be squatters. But if the Viscount acknowledges our rights, we can get back more than the house. We can get back our name.
Grandmother's not worth this.
Your mother's dead. Let it go. When I was a girl, your grandmother was the young, beautiful, noble mother all my friends wished they had. She might have had a hard time accepting it at first, but she would have loved you, all three of you. Oh, Bethany. She was such a sweet little girl. Never cried, just looked at you with those big eyes.
I miss her too.
She was so young to be taken from us.
I just keep thinking there's something we could have done. It's killing me. I remember that awful creature reaching down and 18 years of loving and feeding and raising, and that was it.
There was nothing we could do.
Blame the Darkspawn, not yourself.
The Darkspawn would have been happy with any prey. It was my fault it was Bethany. I miss her. There were 4 of us when the Blight began. It will never be over while there are just 3. I've written to the Viscount. I've an audience for after Bartran's expedition leaves. I couldn't do anything for Bethany, but with luck, I can at least give us a home. I will talk to the Viscount about our estate.
So, what? Are you here to gloat? Gamlen's the idiot again. Gamlen's the fool who can't hold his money when it's given in a bloody silver basket. I tried, you know, when Leandra left. But no one was ever going to live up to her.
What was she like, as a girl?
We're only a year apart. But that was time enough for Leandra to get our parents wrapped firmly around her little finger. They showed her off at every opportunity. The beauty, the scholar, the light of their lives. As far as they were concerned, they should have stopped there.
Hey, Shady. Are you here?
I've seen the nobles.
Want to know something
Your
unsettling?
parents must have had a fortune. Where did it all go?
Well, it's not like I stood at the side of the wharf and hurled it over. I tried to invest it. I got some good tips on trade in Kunari cheeses. And, you know, a man's got needs. I'm not denying I spent more on myself than I should have, but I figured it'd all work out.
Gamlen is Carver if he's older and never let go of his resentment.
So, the best way to make Daddy love you was to steal his money?
I changed their filthy sheets and wiped their chins through 2 bouts of the cholera, and the last word Father said was... Leandra. I'm not looking for love, but at least I got the money.
Yeah, and you didn't do anything with
Your
it.
mother's busy writing to the Viscount. If you want more touching family stories, go to her.
Nighttime.
I don't make my guards fight gangs in dark corners, but if you'd like to help...
Thank you. I thought them coterie men had me for sure. I guess the whole thing was a trap. There were no dwarves when I went to make the trade. Just
No
coterie waiting
clue.
to kill us.
I guess I'll see
They
how
got the rest
things
of the
go as
boys.
they go along.
I ran. I was hoping they wouldn't find me here. But they did.
Is that Athenril's rival criminal guild or something?
More like she's their rival. A small one at that. What I hear is the coterie controls most crime in Kirkwall. And they don't like competition.
What will you do now?
So, will you be running home to tell Mama crime doesn't pay?
My mama was ripped in two by one of them big horned darkspawn. It's just me and my sisters now. Working for Athenril's the only way to feed the girls.
Keep the goods. And start over.
Why not take what Athenril gave you and start fresh somewhere outside of Kirkwall?
What do you mean? In Lothering, there were always families willing to take in a strong lad and a few girls to help with the cooking. My father was a farmer, before the Darkspawn got him. I'd rather do that than work for Athenril. I'll get my sisters. Please, make sure she doesn't come after us.
Yay! Oh yeah, level up. Alright, let's have a look at what I can give people. Attributes. Confirm. That's actually a good one. Attributes, strength, more constitution, To be fair, I haven't really thought of a personality for her. I'm just going along with the flow and see what I feel like she would do.
I don't think I can do that.
Piece of cake.
Oh. I don't think I was supposed to do that. Oh. Don't think I was supposed to come here just yet. Oh my god.
How can these nighttime streets be so dangerous? We should clear these idiot thugs out.
Well, that is kind of what we're doing. Oh. I was accidentally still playing him, I didn't realize. Varric! Attribute. More cunning. More dexterity. What's archery? Oh, it really is. Like, I'm not joking, Shady. I have so much more fun actually being in combat as a mage in this game than I ever had in Dragon Age Origins. And that is including Storm of the Century. It's so much fun spellcasting here. What should I give him, though? Great.
Well, Gamlen's place is starting to seem nice.
Yes, deeds.
One of Joanna's.
Before anyone else.
Hardy har har, deeds. Hardy har har. Nothing else here, it seems. It could also be the adult version or the adult parody of Storm of the Century. Which I also have no idea what that would look like. Oh, no worries. Shady, neither is mine. Dreadful Hightown, which I'm now going to read in the midst of battle. At the height of the Tevinter Imperium slave trade, Kirkwall's elite prospered beyond dreams of avarice. Hightown was built for the wealthiest slavers, its glitzy mansions rising atop a great wall of rock that borders, on one side, the waking sea. Lowtown cowered on its other side until Kirkwall slaves rose to plunder and destroy Hightown riches. Today, Hightown's prominent buildings are the Keep, home to the ruling Viscount, and the Chantry, home to the Grand Cleric and the city's religious center. Both are converted estates that once housed wealthy magisters, rebuilt and converted after the uprising. What do I need to do here? Anders. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do need Anders.
I saw Carl go inside a few minutes ago. No Templars so far. Are you ready?
Yes.
I didn't see anyone suspicious out here. Let's do this fast.
All right. I'll handle the talking. You watch for Templars.
This is gonna be a trap. This is so obviously gonna be a trap.
When we find Carl, just let me talk to him.
I'm going to say, Anders, you haven't gotten much smarter than the previous time.
Anders, I know you too well. I knew you would never give up.
What's wrong? Why are you talking like...
I was too rebellious, like you. The Templars knew I had to be... made an example of.
No!
How else will mages ever master themselves? You'll understand, Anders. As soon as the Templars teach you to control yourself. This is the apostate.
No!
You will never take another mage as you took him.
Excuse me?
Anders, what did you do? It's like... you brought a piece of the Fade into this world. I had already forgotten what that feels like.
That's a good question.
What did you do? Not the Fade part. The angry, glowing bit.
It's like a gateway to the Fade inside you, glowing like a beacon.
I have some unique circumstances, yes. But Carl, what happened? How did they get you?
The Templars here are far more vigilant than in Ferelden. They found a letter I was writing you. You cannot imagine it, Anders. All the color, all the music in the world, gone. I would gladly give up my magic. But this... I'll never be whole again. Please, kill me before I forget again. I don't know how you brought it back, but it's fading.
Carl, no!
Maybe we can find a cure.
Can you cure a beheading? The dreams of tranquil mages are severed. There is nothing left of them to fix.
I would rather die a mage than live as a Templar puppet.
I would rather die than be tranquil. Help him.
I got here too late. I'm sorry, Carl. I'm so sorry.
Now! It's fading! Why do you look at me like that?
Goodbye. We should leave before more Templars come.
There has been a murder.
So, let me guess. This is the part where you tell me you're an abomination?
You're wrong. But not far wrong. This is hard to explain. When I was in Amaranthine, I met a spirit of justice who was trapped outside the Fade. We became friends, and he recognized the injustice that mages in Thedas face every day.
Oh my god, is he carrying justice with him? Actually, that is pretty fucking dope. Two of my favorite characters in one. What's not to love? A spirit of justice.
And that's different than a demon.
Just as demons prey on the deadly sins of mankind, there are good spirits who embody our virtues. Spirits of compassion, fortitude, justice. They are the Maker's first children, and they have all but given up on us.
Are you saying what I think?
What does this have to do with your eyes glowing?
To live outside the Fade, he needed a host. I offered to help him. We were going to work together, bring justice to every child ever ripped away from his mother to be sent to the Circle. But I guess I had too much anger. Once he was inside me, he changed.
Let me get this straight.
So, you have this spirit of justice living in your head?
It's not like that. He's gone now. He's part of me. It's not like we can have a conversation. I feel his thoughts as my own. Not even the greatest scholar could tell you where I end and he begins.
So, he's a nice spirit?
That really didn't look like a happy, benevolent spirit from where I was standing.
The Templars will think the same. We're friends with a monster.
Since when is justice happy? Justice is righteous. Justice is hard. But my anger, when I see Templars now, things that have always outraged me, but I could never do anything about, he comes out. And he is no longer my friend, Justice. He is a force of vengeance, and he has no grasp of mercy.
I mean, I could. One of the options is a romance option. I could, but that would be a little too early. Can you undo this?
Can justice ever be separated from you?
I don't think so. The only way a spirit has ever been separated from a living host is by its death. The curse is of my own making. All I can do now is hope to control it.
Can you bring him out at will?
No. He comes only when I've lost all power over myself. It's a madness, a frenzy. I only find out after what I might have done.
Wow. Your problems make mine seem small.
Here. These are all the documents I have for this area. I can understand if you would rather me not join you personally. I cannot control my need for vengeance. I would ask no one to take on the danger of traveling with me. I will be here in my clinic if you need me.
So I'm going to do this for now because I want to try and up my relationship with Carver. Don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Macha has been desperately seeking a particular Templar. She's been spotted outside the Chantry in Hightown during the day. Okay. Tranquil. Although apprentices do not understand the nature of the harrowing, all of them understand its consequences. They either pass and become full mages, or they are never seen again. Those who fear to undertake this rite of passage, or those who are deemed too weak or unstable, are given the rite of tranquility instead. The actual procedure, like the harrowing, is secret, but the results are just as well known. The rite serves connection to the fate. The tranquil therefore do not dream. This removes the greatest dangers that threatens a weak or unprepared mage, the potential to attract demons across the veil. But this is the least of the tranquility's effects, for the absence of dreams brings with it the end of all magical ability, as well as all emotions. The tranquil, ironically, resemble sleepwalkers, never entirely awake nor asleep. They are still part of our circle, however, and some might say that they are the most critical part. They have incredible powers of concentration, for it is simply impossible to distract the tranquil mage, and this makes them capable of becoming craftsmen of such skill that they rival even the adeptness of the dwarfs. The Formari, a branch of the circle devoted to item enchantment, is made up exclusively of tranquil. It is the source of all wealth that sustains our towers. Anders. Magic is a tool, same as a bow or sword. Would you cut off a child's hands to ensure he never wields one in anger? Anders has a rocky history with the Circle of Magi. Taken from his family when his talents first manifested, Anders was still a boy the first time he ran away from the Circle. Recaptured and returned dozens of times, Anders was still considered only a reckless scamp by First Enchanter Irving, who thought his easy temper and sense of humor made him no true threat. But during his final escape, Anders befriended the Warden Commander of Amaranthian and escaped and accepted an offer to become a Grey Warden. Life as a Warden changed him, introducing him to the free fate spirit called Justice, who slowly convinced Anders to turn his attention beyond his personal suffering. Infused with Justice's fervor, Anders offered to merge with the spirit in the name of mage freedom, starting them down to the dangerous path that turned the purity of justice into an unthinking hatred of vengeance.
I had a friend like you once. Got in all kinds of trouble. Dragged me along. Didn't think I'd be doing that again. I got a bit weighty the last time we talked. Sorry for putting that on you.
I'm always ready to listen.
You can tell me anything.
Anything? Be careful what you offer. I hope I didn't seem too selfish when I told you about justice. I didn't know what would happen. I figured a willing host, a friend. It had to be better than playing the demon and haunting some corpse.
Well, at least he got a nice body.
Well, he can't complain about his looks anyway.
No, don't go there. That's not going to end well. I don't want to hurt you.
Why would you hurt me?
You saw what I did in the Chantry. That's who I am. A year ago, maybe we could have had something. But I'm not that man anymore. I'll break your heart. And that might kill me as surely as the Templars. I appreciate your help and support.
Anyway. Yeah. I like Anders. He's a genuinely good character. And he has some interesting moral views. I definitely want to make him a staple of the party, but right now I need to up Carter's.
These streets should be safe at night. Care to help out with that?
Samson?
Hey, you got any dust? Dwarf dust? I'm hurting here.
Now we fight!
Alright. Let's keep going. Ooh, barrel.
I come here a lot. Better than being cooped up with Gamlen.
We're under attack.
I'm dealing a lot of damage. Although, I'm going to not go full damage this time. I'm gonna try and focus more on things that give status effects. Or at least try to.
Are you Ansel?
Ah! Sweet mother of Parth. You can't just run up on someone like that. Are you the human Athenril told me about? The one looking for work?
Expecting someone else?
Did you think I was going to attack you?
Oh, no. Alright. Hope not. Anyhow. My apologies, human. I haven't been on the surface very long. I keep thinking I'll fall up into that sky any minute.
Bartrand used to be like that. Got jumpy every time he stepped outside.
I do like Anders, so if it's going to be anyone, it's probably Anders.
Rather badly, in fact. Some product of mine has been misplaced. The men who were supposed to deliver it decided not to. If you retrieve my property, I could reward you handsomely.
What kind of property?
Just what did these men steal?
Did I say steal? I don't know if I would go that far. They seemed like perfectly reasonable smugglers. They smiled and everything. The goods are valuable, however, and illegal. And my client wants them very, very badly. You know how these Templars can be.
So it's lyrium.
You're smuggling lyrium to the Templars?
Of course he is. That's just bloody great.
By the Paragons, not so loudly. My word, I'm not cut out for this. I should have taken that job sweeping staples like Mother insisted.
I'll do it.
I'll get it back for you.
Sure. Add it to the list of things I'm accessory to.
Oh, thank goodness. The gentlemen conduct their business at night in a little hovel within the alienage. If you have to kill them, then I guess it can't be avoided. But I'm sure they'll be reasonable.
Oh, now it got down again. I should have said no. But I need the money. Do I? I guess we'll see how that's gonna go. I'm not really doing a job of getting in Carver's good graces, apparently. I actually don't know how much money I have. Apparently I don't need money.
I knew this would happen. The aliens shouldn't
Well, to be fair, according to them, my existence is a crime. Yeah, that's true. I know. I gotta make my choices better. I'm trying. The Enigma of Kirkwall. The Enigma of Kirkwall. The Viscount is suspicious, but the bribe was sufficient to gain access to the restricted section of the archives. The money would have been better spent elsewhere, the archives being almost devoid of Imperium-era records. When the slaves revolted, they hunted magisters and burned the city. In the back alleys of Lowtown, you can find extraordinary things. Priceless tomes of knowledge can be bought with a handful of gold. The Chant of Archon Lovius, a whole chapter of the Midnight Compendium. Some of these books were thought lost forever. And these are no forgeries. I've verified their authenticity myself. The fences have no inkling that what they're selling has value. Where did these books come from? After several failed attempts, I got my answers underneath the city. There is a hive of hidden passages in Kirkwall's sewers. Now and then a lucky sewer rat comes across an unlooted chamber, and then a cache of ancient Tevinter relics spreads through the black market. We must search below the city. Yeah, that's fair. I should spend some time trying to see how I actually imagine. Yeah, I know. I'm not necessarily trying to be good. I'm trying to stay in tune with the character I imagine Rose to be. The problem is I haven't really thought what character she is. I've just been going on gut instinct. Can I get an attack in somewhere?
They were clearly expecting someone.
Anso's goods are probably in the chest. It's empty.
Waste of bloody time. Who put us up to this?
I guess we have no choice but to go back to Anso and tell him.
That's not the elf. Who is that?
It doesn't matter. We were told to kill whoever enters the house.
To arms!
The Winter Hunter, huh? Yeah, to be fair, I made the mistake to not check my surroundings. I didn't realize there was a mage.
I don't know who you are, friend, but you made a serious mistake coming here. Lieutenant, I want everyone in the clearing, now! Captain!
Your men are dead, and your trap has failed. I suggest running back to your master while you can.
You're going nowhere, slave.
I am not a slave. I apologize. When I asked Anso to provide a distraction for the hunters, I had no idea they'd be so numerous.
A distraction?
You were responsible for this.
I'm the reason you're here, yes. My name is Fenris. These men were Imperial bounty hunters, seeking to recover a Magister's lost property, namely myself. They were trying to lure me into the open. Crude as their methods were, I could not face them alone. Thankfully, Anso chose wisely.
So there's no job?
Everything Anso said was a lie, then?
Not everything. Your employer was simply not who you believed.
Why face them at all?
If you couldn't fight them, why not just run?
There comes a time when you must stop running, when you turn and face the tiger.
You're an escaped slave?
That seems like a lot of effort to find one slave.
It is.
But you're no ordinary slave.
Does this have something to do with those markings?
Yes. I imagine I must look strange to you. I did not receive these markings by choice. Even so, they have served me well. Without them, I would still be a slave.
Yeah, now it all makes sense.
Anso's job did seem a little too easy.
Perhaps the deception was unnecessary. If so, I'm sorry. I've become too accustomed to hiding. If I may ask, what was in the chest? The one they kept in the house?
It was empty.
I suppose it was too much to hope for. Even so, I had to know.
What did you think was in it?
You were expecting something else?
I was, but I shouldn't have. It was bait, nothing more.
So, is that it?
All that for an empty chest?
No, there's more. It's as I thought. My former master accompanied them to the city. I know you have questions, but I must confront him before he flees. I will need your help.
Confront him?
It sounds like you intend to do more than just talk.
Denarius wants to strip the flesh from my bones, and has sent so many hunters that I've lost count. And before that, he kept me on a leash like a Qunari mage, a personal pet to mock Qunari custom. So, yes, I intend to do more than just talk.
Make it worth my time.
If I'm compensated for my trouble, then I'll help.
I will find a way to repay you. I swear it. The Magister is staying at a mansion in Hightown. Meet me there as soon as you can. We must enter before morning.
Aww. Oh, boo-hoo, Evelyn. I know you don't condone with me, but gotta do what I gotta do. And I don't know. The guy actually seems kind of friendly.
you?
Thank you. Yes, I do. You know, despite the fact that they both disliked it, I don't regret taking this, maybe. And you're right, at least Carver didn't disapprove, and, you know, even though they both disapproved of it, I kinda like the dude. He's very charismatic.
No one has left the mansion, but I've heard nothing within. Daenerys may know we're here. I wouldn't put it past him.
Who is this man?
I could stand to know a little more about this Daenerys.
He is a Magister of the Tevinter Imperium.
Oh, is that all? Nothing to worry about, then.
There, he is a wealthy mage with great influence. Here, he is but a man who sweats like any other when death comes for him.
Oh, then what are you doing? Nothing like a prepared mage?
What's the worst that could happen?
I do not fear death. That does not mean we should be reckless.
I mean, that's a fun game to play.
Daenerys, show yourself.
Now that's just rude. What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots?
We're good to go.
We're under attack. What a surprise!
That was all me.
He sends spirits to do his fighting for him.
Daenerys, can you hear me? Your pets cannot stop us.
Well, so far, I do like all of the characters I found. In my own way, I also like Carver. Although I like him the least. Ah. Oh, he's dead. Two of them, I bet. I might have to restart this. Okay, maybe don't enter that door yet. I love the person who said you can do it is the one who played the sound.
Where are you, master?
Anyway, let's try this
Someone's
again.
left a surprise.
Ow. I forgot that there was a trap there. Hey, dude. Hey, Shady. You're starting to become too much part of the hive mind. You're starting to look more and more like us. That's really cool. I love you guys, you know that? Oh, you're the best friends I could have wished for. And I say that despite knowing that you guys can aggravate me at the worst possible time.
Denarius, can you hear me? Your pets cannot stop us.
Level up. So I do have to go through that in a battle, okay? Let me try something.
Can't we talk about this? No?
I sleep!
of course, they're all standing in that liquid. Really? More of them? Give me other ring potions. And save. I am trying to use tactics because it's still important, because I am playing on hard. I shouldn't forget that. Let's first check the bottom floors. Well, everybody here is dead. Instead of fighting their own battles, right? Chest. Well, I'm gonna save again, because I really need to learn to save it more. Oh, hi.
Gone. I'd hoped... No, it doesn't matter any longer. I assume Daenerys left valuables behind. Take them if you wish. I need some air.
Give me that arcane horror reward first. Well, I have a temporary helmet. Well, let's go talk to Fenris.
It never ends. I escaped a land of dark magic, only to have it hunt me at every turn. It is a plague burned into my flesh and my soul. And now I find myself in the company of yet another mage. I saw you casting spells inside. I should have realized sooner what you really were. Tell me then, what manner of mage are you? What is it that you seek?
Survival.
I'm just trying to get by.
Yet I have seen many crimes done in the name of survival.
If you have a problem with my sister, you have a problem with me.
I imagine I appear ungrateful. If so, I apologize, for nothing could be further from the truth. I did not find Daenerys, but I still owe you a debt. Here is all the coin I have, as Anso promised. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, I would gladly render it.
You would help a mage? Yes, that was actually surprisingly sympathetic of him.
You didn't seem all that thrilled with me a moment ago.
You are not Daenerys. Whether you are anything like him remains to be seen.
Why is Daenerys after you?
Your old master must want something more than just a runaway slave.
He doesn't want me at all, just the markings on my skin. They are lyrium, burned into my flesh to provide the power that Daenerys required of his pet. And now, he wishes his precious investment returned, even if he must rip it from my corpse.
Oof, that would hurt.
I don't see that going very well for you.
Neither do I. The truth is, I know nothing of the ritual that placed these markings on me. It was Daenerys' choice, one he now regrets.
Tell me about
You said
Daenerys.
Daenerys is a magister, but little else.
In Tevinter, the Magisters hold all the power. Over the Chantry, over the Imperial
Yes,
Court,
apparently
over
so.
life itself.
I'm not gonna do it.
It is nothing for one to own a slave. Daenerys had many, but none he valued so much as me.
Ah, but you escaped. Yeah, it's the same with Anders. He was pouring out his heart about the whole thing with justice, and then you can like insert a flirting moment at that point.
Then how did you get away?
Is it not enough that I did? I carved my path to freedom in blood. I left that life behind. Yet his bounty hunters follow me no matter where I go. I will run no longer.
What can you do?
I've seen some of your abilities. Do they come from those markings?
Some. All I know is that even in the Imperium, warriors such as myself are rare. Perhaps they believe I should feel honored.
Will the hunters return?
Do you think your master will keep chasing you?
He is too proud not to. Perhaps one day the hunt will cost him more than he is willing to pay. But I doubt that matters any longer.
I could use your help.
I'm planning an expedition I might need help with.
Fair enough. Should you ever have need of me, I will be here. If Daenerys wishes his mansion back, he is free to return and claim it. Beyond that, I am at your disposal.
Ah, so many tanks with me. I do need her for a mission, which is why I'm still bringing her along. But I'm not gonna lie, I might like him more as a tank. Because I actually like him. More than Mrs. Goody Two-Shoes. The only problem is... Wait, what? Why is there more rivalry with him? I helped him. Why is he more rivalry? Just because I'm a mage? Now that's fucking bullshit. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at the game. I help him get revenge and then there's more rivalry just because I'm a mage? Well, fuck you two. I'm just getting punished for who I am. As always. Frenemy! Slavery in the Tevinter Imperium. Slavery still thrives in Tethys, even if the trades have been outlawed. Who hasn't heard the tales of poverty-stricken elves lured into ships by the prospects of well-paying jobs in Antiva, only to find themselves clasped in iron legs once at sea? And humans fall prey to this too. If they're lucky, they end up in Olay, which has only servants. Most nobles treat them decently because they are afraid of admitting the truth. Origins go to great length to maintain the fiction that slavery is illegal. Of course, the greatest consumers of slave labor is the Tevinter Imperium, which would surely crumble if not for the endless supply of slaves from all over the continent. There they are meat, chattel. They are beaten, used as fodder in endless wars against the Kunari, and even serve as components in dark magic rituals. Arcane Horror. Upon ascending to the second floor of the tower, we were greeted by a gruesome sight, a ragged collection of bones wearing the robes of one of the senior enchanters. I had known her for years, watched her raise countless apprentices, and now she was a mere puppet for some demon. Demons, of course, have no form in our world. When they enter, either where the veil is particularly thin or through blood magic summoning, they take possession of a body. When the Pride Demon takes control of the corpse of a mage, an arcane horror is born. Although they appear to be little more than bones, these are fierce creatures possessing not only all the spellcasting abilities of a living mage, but also the capacity to heal and even command other animated corpses. Encountering in the Fade, the true form of a rage demon is a frightening sight, a thing of pure fire. Its body seemingly made of amorphous lava, and its two eyes pinpricks of baleful light and radiating from its core. The ability of such demon centers on the fire it generates. It burns those who come near, and the most powerful of its kind are able to lash out with bolts of fire and even firestorms that affect entire areas. Fortunately, even powerful rage demons are less intelligent than most other varieties. Their tactics are simple: attack an enemy on sight with as much force as possible until it perishes. Some rage demons carry over their heat-based abilities onto possessed hosts, but otherwise the true form is mostly seen outside of the Fade, when it's specifically summoned by a mage to do its bidding. It has often been suggested that the only way for a demon to affect the world of the living is by possessing a living, or one's living body, but this is not always true. Indeed, a shade is one such creature, a demon in its true form that has adapted to affecting the world around it. My hypothesis is this: we already know that many demons become confused when they pass through the veil onto our world. They are unable to tell the living from the dead, the very static nature of our universe being confusing to a creature that is accustomed to a physicality defined entirely by emotion and memory. Most demons seek to immediately seize upon anything they perceive as life, jealously attempting to possess it. But what of those that do not? What of those that encounter no life or fail to possess a body? What of those that are more curious by their nature? These demons watch, they lurk, they envy. In time, such a demon will learn to drain energy from the psyche of those it encounters, just as it did in the Fade. Once it has drained enough, it has the power to manifest and will forever. After being known as a shade, such a creature spurns possession. It instead floats as a shadow across its piece of land, preying upon the psyche of any who cross its path. Perhaps it believes itself still in the Fade. There is evidence to believe this is so. A shade will weaken the living by its very proximity. If it focuses its will, it can drain a single target very quickly. Some have even been known to assault the minds of living victims, causing confusion or horror and making the target ripe for the kill. The tragedy of a shade is perhaps that once it has drained the target whole, its appetite only heightened rather than slaked. Even those that live without chains are still bound by fear, by tradition, by honor. Slaves dream of freedom, but I have found free men dream of it even more. Fenris was a slave, a bodyguard to Magister Denarius of the Winter Imperium, until his escape several years ago. He speaks little of his past, saying only that he most recently came to Kirkwall from Pentovale in the north. The markings on his skin are akin to rune crafting, made of lyrium and ink. They suffuse Fenris's flesh with a power even he does not fully understand. The process of their creation was painful, and in an unguarded moment Fenris attempted to control the agony that lingers still. Even so, the markings enhance his fighting skills and have made him a unique and formidable warrior. And this is probably a good point to call it up. So I'm going to save it here and leave it off. I am first going to check if there's anything else worth sharing. Because I believe there have been some clips provided. Well, apparently there is. So, without further ado, let's have a look at the clip. That moment of impending doom, 4 hours ago, by Teats. Let me remove the webcam so we can take a look at my face. And the clip is still muted. Let me just rewind. Well, by this question is you. Just that sudden disappearance of the chat on the side. Problem solved. Not gonna lie, Teats. That was a good clip. I'll give you that. That was a really good clip. I love that. Anyway, with that, I'm going to call it up for today. So I'm going to set up a raid. Let's go say hi to Slushy. Actually, let me set a moment up so that I can immediately join them. Anyway, and with that, I wish you all a very pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.